Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 4 of this county championship clash between Somerset and Yorkshire. Harry Everett alongside myself, Sam Downing. Pete Trigo is up in the commentary box with us as well. The live stream will start at 11 o'clock, brought to you courtesy of our principal county championship sponsor, WPA Health Insurance. Now, a potentially huge day in store, Harry. Somerset lead by 373. They bowled Yorkshire out for 276 yesterday. 3 wickets for Aldridge, 3 for Brooks. Tom Kohler-Cadmore got 100, but a decent effort given the pitch.
Yeah, Tom Kohler-Cadmore batted superbly. He was a bit slower yesterday morning. He was quick scoring on day 2 with Harry Brook. But flat, placid pitch. He thought it was meandering to a draw, but actually a few quick wickets fell, then Somerset scored quick runs, and we're really looking forward to a positive result, looking pretty likely here on day 4. But yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one to decide where it's going to go.
Well, so yeah, Somerset lead by 373. George Bartlett made 88 at a fair lick yesterday. Probably no room for sentiment in terms of his 100, but there's talk of a declaration. 96 overs left in the game. 373 is that lead. Where would you go if you were Somerset? If you're Tom Abel and Jason Kerr right now, what are you thinking?
I was mulling over this all last night if I was the skipper. Still not 100% sure what I would do. Jason Kerr said he'd speak to Tom Abel last night at the interview after play last night. He wasn't sure what they can do, but he thought they might actually bat on. I think the worry is Harry Brook is in such form. If he gets going with Adam Live or Kohler-Cadmore alongside him, those three are the danger men. They could potentially chase a 400 on a short boundaries, flat Taunton pitch, potentially, but Jack Leach will come into it but a spin on day 4. But I would like to see George Bartlett get 100. I would like to see Somerset get a 400 lead. But if they do, then they're wasting 2 overs for the changeover, which could be massive. We talk about getting 2 new balls in. We've had 104 overs the last couple of days, but you're not normally going to get quite that many on day 4. But plenty of spin might help the over rate. So many ums and ahs.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. We'll find out very shortly. I'm with you. I think they're going to have to lose that 2 overs. It's key to maybe give themselves 86, 88 to have that second new ball right at the end of the day if they need it. Going to be an intriguing one. Do join us. Thanks again to WPA Health Insurance, and come on Somerset.
Good morning everyone and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The live stream in association with WPA Healthcare. Pete Trigo here, and it is looking a little bit like a great day for bowling. There's a bit of cloud cover, there might be a bit of swing around. Hopefully a bit of time for George Bartlett to chalk off those 12 runs, get himself a nice 100. Somerset to get to 400, declare, bowl Yorkshire out sometime before tea. That's the perfect day in store, isn't it, Harry?
Yeah, it should be an exciting one, Pete. Would you have definitely declared overnight if you were looking at the forecast? Bit of rain around is my only worry now.
No, I still think the plan stays very much the same. I think that 400 number is something that Jason Kerr and Tom Abel will be looking at. I think George Bartlett getting those 12 runs as well. I think that's
nice, yeah.
there's a story within the story. I know that the team does come first, but you know I do think the runs are a fraction light at the moment. Like I said, Taunton is a very unique place in terms of chasing total. So you got to put the loss kind of in the rear view mirror so that you can have those attacking fields like Matt Renshaw said yesterday. But it certainly does bode well, especially with the low-lying cloud, the cloud cover. There's a little bit of drizzle in the air. The covers are off the pitch at the moment, so that little bit of moisture that's falling from the sky at the moment will be juicing up the pitch. And I'm sure it really does set fair for a very exciting day 4. Somerset in control of this match, but they will be looking forward to a big day here in terms of the second half of the county championship, as Scott and his team are running on with the covers at the moment. A sight we don't really want to see. We don't want to lose any time in this game. It being the last day, the showers, there is a bit of a shower coming down now. The lights are coming on. And to be perfectly honest, with the new Duke ball, the floodlights being on, I mean, this is the time to get a few runs and get bowling as quickly as possible. This brand new ball under lights is often a nightmare.
The longer these cover stays on, I was just thinking back to you played under Chris Rogers as a skipper. He was very bold with his declarations. That's what part of me's thinking. Say they, I don't know, got no idea how this rain shower is going to last, but say the covers are on for an hour. Does it kind of force Tom Abel's hand and change of plan?
Yeah, it would do. I think it would. It would do. I don't think that's going to be the case. It doesn't look like there's too much about. Oh, I suppose it is. The clouds have dropped a little bit, but I think it's more of a time issue. Like I said, an hour I think would force Tom's hand into a declaration early, but you know, that little bit of moisture on the ground. I mean, it was only probably 5 or 10 minutes there when there was a little bit of drizzle in the air. That makes a difference to a pitch. And like I said, the Duke ball, new Duke ball under lights, seems to do an awful lot. So this actually could be a really positive thing for Somerset. Somerset currently leading by 373 runs. I personally think that, you know, 20 runs time, enough for George Bartlett to chalk off his 100 and get bowling as soon as possible, is the order of the day. Like I said, we hope this rain is not around for too long, but what a marvellous day yesterday. In particular, massive hats off to George Bartlett. He's back in the team. And, you know, we had a bit of a conversation yesterday with Matt Renshaw about mindsets and coming of age and various things like that. It is about time the lads like George Bartlett, that 24, 25, you're coming into your peak years. You know, this could be a real big innings for George. I was really pleased yesterday. He's always had the ability. He shows, you know, when he scores runs, they're always very easy on the eye. But I think he's just been light of runs the last few years. So hopefully that's a big turning point for George Bartlett. He's a top lad and a top player. But weight of runs, that is your currency as a batter.
Yeah, first championship half century of the season. It'd be nice to see him double that up. He was looking good last night. And then Yorkshire, of course, no power plays in the county championship. They just whacked everyone on the boundary. And poor George, he ran a couple of twos, didn't he? But it's hard to hit a boundary. It could have maybe got to his 100 if they'd stayed with the normal fields. But understandably so, Adam Live put everyone on the boundary and tried to bowl at the other end for a little bit. But
yeah, there is a game within a game when someone nears 100. You know, you start to try and bowl more balls at the guy at the other end. But all in all, you know, the game's gone really well. This is the Somerset we want to see. You know, a decent first innings total. I know all the statisticians out there. When you post 400 plus in the first innings, you very, very rarely lose a game of cricket. But more often than not, you put yourself in a position to win. So that was fantastic. I thought there was a period midway through yesterday where the game was looking like it was going to meander and look like quite a boring fourth day, potentially. But then Matt Renshaw, that wicket of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and exactly 100, really turned the day's momentum. And that cluster of wickets, Machinta Langer and Casey Aldridge taking 2 apiece, bowling Yorkshire out for 276. It's been a very, very, very good couple of days, or 3 days cricket. We just hope this weather doesn't shorten what is a fascinating contest for day 4.
yeah, 2 white sheets of covers now covering the run-up area. A few fans in with umbrellas popping up. We saw 1,500 school kids here, day 1 and 2.
I can't even look at that bottom sheet, to be honest. I've got OCD and it's just on about a 10-degree angle. It's driving me crackers. The covers are straight, the top one is straight, and this one is on the PISS, and it is driving me crackers. Come on, Scott, Martin, come on, straighten it up, please.
He's on his phone. He's probably just loading the live stream up, just listening to you.
You've even got a line to follow. Come on.
That is a fair point.
I was say I'm one of those guys at lunch where I'm always fussing. You know, if you go to a nice restaurant,
yeah,
you've got the forks that nobody actually knows what the forks are for,
yeah,
and all the knives and stuff. I have to have them literally at 90 degrees to me, all of them, and the spoon has to be parallel to me. Oh,
the kind of place where you, like in the outside in, you got like knife, fork, spoon. You don't know. You got more weapons. You know what to do with them.
Yeah, I think you go for the old. Yeah, it's outside in, isn't it?
Yeah,
like the small little fork for any sort of
fishy
really type stuff and salads and.
Just a knife and a fork and a spoon does the job for me.
Really. Who am I kidding? Yeah. Greasy spoon and a full English breakfast is more the order of the day now that I've retired.
When were you last at a posh restaurant?
Well, Chateau Trigo. You occasionally get a nice little cooked meal at home.
You won too many golf comps.
Yeah, definitely. I tell you what, in that life, it's the club sandwich life when you're on the old golf tours.
So plenty of you joining us on the YouTube comments asking what's going on. Looks a bit gloomy, envious of the weather.
Well, the update is, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, it is a perfect bowling day, but there's a little bit of drizzle in the air, but there's not much. I don't think there's much behind it. I think we will be starting in the very near future. I don't think it's a case of, you know, it stops and it's an hour delay because there's nothing to clean up.
Well, I love it when we get the weather experts. So it's not raining on the English Riviera. It says Gordon Avery. Mark Loop says it's not that bad on the Isle of Wight. We've got different angles coming in.
We're not going to start talking about cumulorhombus nimbus
No,
type clouds.
don't get you started
We're not going down that road again.
I'm not allowing you to be the meteorological expert in this commentary duo. Mistake says it's not raining in Hearts at the moment. That must be Hertfordshire. My washing is out, so I'm glad about that. But my allotment could do with it this evening onwards. Fair comment?
We need to get some like slightly closer to home.
Or Hatch Beecham, that's not far away. 6 miles away, absolutely emptying it down over there.
Here we are, Babber. The clouds are following down the Tone. You'll be on in 45 minutes, something like that. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, but the 6 miles away is the worst news.
Is it really? Is that south or north?
Hatch Beecham. It's on the road towards Ilminster, isn't it?
What's happening in Weston-super-Mare? Anyone listening from Weston-super-Mare? What's the weather doing in Weston-super-Vegas?
What's your village with the cows? Surely
that normally
that
gets
farmer.
the weather after Taunton Gate, to
okay.
be fair. I think it normally comes from sort of
comes up the A38,
Cornwall,
doesn't it? Yeah.
And up, yeah.
The other day it was creeping up. It was Newton Abbot, then it was Holden Hill, then it was Wellington, then it was up here. We're hearing little updates coming through. Mark Baldwin's tuning in from New Zealand just to watch the rain. Well,
what's the weather like in New Zealand? I had a lovely
cold and wet
years in New Zealand.
Yeah,
Spent
me
a lot
too.
of time in Hawke's Bay.
Yeah, beautiful over there, the wine area.
Art Deco city.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
That was lost on me, the Art Deco stuff.
Yeah, I loved a little flat white stroll around
Did
the
you?
old Hawke's Bay area.
On the beachfront?
Very, very nice. The couple of beers at the Thirsty Whale.
Yes, yeah, cracking. They got
absolutely
some different kind of pub scene out there, isn't it? It's not quite like your Ring of Bells. It's sort of the Sunday sippers or the beers on the beach.
And the betting, they're betting
the TAB,
pubs, aren't they? Yeah, those sort of things.
TAB.
It was never really my thing, but all the other lads used to like watching the old dogs and the horses while they had a couple of drinks and a chicken parmesan or whatever.
That parmesan, yeah, I love that.
That was a favourite meal.
Basically, it's like a chicken Kiev with a bit of pizza on top.
Giant chicken nugget with the tomato ketchup on top.
I absolutely love it. I tried having one in England a few weeks ago, but it wasn't quite the same.
No, it's just not the same. Yeah, what a...
Highly recommend them. Sod going to all your fancy restaurants, just get a Parmigiana somewhere.
What a fantastic part of the world that is.
Tuning in from New Zealand is Mark Baldwin. And Joe Bannister said he did bump into you in Nando's. You eat at the finest restaurants, he says.
Oh, class.
Clear in Weston.
Cold and... Yes, Dunedin. Yeah, the University Oval.
Oh,
Dunedin.
yes.
Do you know what? I went over a couple of weeks earlier because my coach said, I think Jacob Oram was injured. Can you get over here a week earlier? We're playing in Dunedin. I can remember growing up watching Caddick and Gough bowling down in Dunedin. It used to swing and nip all over the place. And I went down there and I played on, I reckon, the flattest pitch I've ever seen in my life. It was almost grey in colour, this thing.
I went along the Otago Peninsula, and the what's the brewery called? Is it Cadbury World? And there's a Spates Brewery. It's like one of those where you look around. This is in Dunedin, and then you get an hour at the end to drink as much as you possibly can. Did you do that?
Sounds dangerous. No, I was a highly paid athlete back then.
That was it. Spates Brewery. I'm sure you're probably sponsored by the Spates Brewery.
Yeah.
And the Octagon. That's where all the nightclubs were.
So the first game I played for Central Districts was at Dunedin in maybe 2011, somewhere around there, and I met the team at the casino in Dunedin.
Yes.
All the lads, nice to meet you, and it was all, that awkward sort of moment where you meet like 15, 16 new people, and a few of the lads went into the casino, and they went to the roulette table. This happened. This actually happened, and I said to, I think, Doug Bracewell, I said, do you know what, mate? I've got this like red, black, red kind of feeling going on, and they betted like $20 on that sequence, and obviously you double your money every time.
Yeah.
Everyone made like 500, 600, 700. I don't know what the amount was. Loads of cash on it, and my sort of sequence of red or black for about 6 or 7 goes all came in. So I instantly was like, accepted into the team. I'd made everyone about $1,000.
That was your initiation. You didn't have to stand on a chair and sing a song.
Yeah,
you just said red, black, red enough times.
By the 5th or 6th, though, a couple of hundred, $300 or $400 was going. I was like, oh my God, please, please come in, and it did. It actually did.
Wow, I love it. So who were you playing with in Central Districts? Who was that era? Was that Ross Taylor, sort of?
Ross Taylor, Matthew Sinclair, Jamie Howe.
Skippy Sinclair was superb at that level. When he scored a lot of runs in Central Districts.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. Absolutely phenomenal player. Who else was there? Jacob Oram.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ross Taylor played, well, bizarrely, I think that was when Ross Taylor, was like one or two best batsmen in the world at the time. And he played one game for us that season in the Plunket Shield against Northern Districts and got a pair.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was just like one of those really random occasions where the best, but like I suppose Hashim Amla did the same years ago here for Surrey. He was the #1 player in the world, flew over for the last championship game of the season and got a pair. Caught down the leg side second innings. Thanks for popping in.
Because when I went and played at a club in New Zealand near Wanganui, Palmerston North area, and our captain used to play for CD, and he was
Palmerston North. That's
just below
Adam
Talbot.
Milne country, isn't it?
Yeah.
Adam Milne and Jamie Howe from there.
Yeah, I didn't have to face Adam Milne, fortunately, but there were a few, well, sort of CDA in that sort of league. But yeah, Wanganui, Palmerston North, then you go east to Hawke's Bay. You got Lake Taupo, beautiful area of the country.
I feel like we should get Judith Chalmers on. This has turned into like some sort of holiday programme, but just an update from what's happening here at Taunton. But before we continue reminiscing about different parts of the world, it is sadly got a little bit thicker, the rain. It's got a little bit heavier. There's an extra cover coming on. Martin still hasn't straightened the bottom cover out, which is driving my little brain crackers, but I'm sure he'll sort that out at some stage. If we could get some sort of message out to him, that would be great. But yeah, sadly there is a little bit of drizzle in the air. I don't think it's terminal drizzle, but we won't be starting. Yeah, I think because, you know, everyone who's tuning in to our live stream at the moment is yearning for a bit of cricket. The best we can offer you is highlights of a fascinating day 3.
Bartlett, 88 not out, earns Somerset huge lead. After solid work by Somerset with the bat earned them 424, led by captain Tom Abels-Tunn, Jack Brooks returns to haunt his former employers with 3 quick wickets at the start of the visitors' innings to give the hosts the advantage heading into day 3. Tom Kohler-Cadmore had batted his way to an excellent 50 and picked up where he'd left off on his return to the middle, pushing the score towards 200 and his own return closer to 3 figures. While the man affectionately known as Pepsi by his colleagues was marching on for Yorkshire, Matthew Waite couldn't stick with him, out-handing a catch to Bartlett, walking off after a bit of self-flagellation. Tattersall joined Kohler-Cadmore in the middle, and the pair pushed the score closer to 200, the landmark total brought up by the keeper with a single off Leach. Somerset were trying everything and had to be brave in the field. Kohler-Cadmore was the linchpin, and with 2 off De Lange, he went to a well-made century, scored off 199 balls. But he'd soon reach the end of the road. Yorkshire 6 down when Renshaw turned one into the number 3's pads, and he had to go with an even 100 to his name. Tattersall and Best survived through to lunch. Yorkshire in a little bit of trouble, trailing by 194 with just 4 wickets in hand. The pair marched on though, ticking the score past 250 together, and it looked like the 7th wicket duo might dispense with fears of the follow-on. They were within 7 runs of that important milestone when both departed within a ball of each other. Tattersall first, out-caught by Roux off the bowling of De Lange, followed by Bess. Aldridge with the wicket, Abel with the catch, Yorkshire down to their last 2. They were still 1 short of avoiding the follow-on when Thompson went, bowled by De Lange for 4. And when Shannon Gabriel launched Aldridge straight up in the air and De Lange took the catch, Yorkshire had finished on 276, 148 behind Somerset. No possibility of a follow-on for Tom Abel to enforce, but his side were now in a commanding position. Kohler-Cadmore's 100 had been a highlight, not just for Yorkshire, but Somerset too, with the batter heading to the Cooper Associates County Ground next season. Aldridge had led the attack for the hosts, his return 3 for 23. Lammonby and Renshaw made a decent start to Somerset's second innings, sharing a 50 partnership from 61 balls when Renshaw pumped Waite back over his head for 6. Tea was taken with the score 57 for none, and Somerset were now leading by 205. They were up to 69 when Renshaw departed, caught by Kohler-Cadmore off the bowling of Schutt for 35. Lammonby responded, Best pumped for 6, and he did it again, this time to Schutt. But the spinner had the last laugh. Lammonby out-caught by Brook, 4 short of a half-ton. And Best removed first innings top scorer Tom Abel, another departing caught by Kohler-Cadmore, his return just 10. Bartlett followed in the footsteps of his colleagues and took the long handle to shoot with 100 already on the board now for Somerset, and their lead was starting to look imposing. Goldsworthy was another for Bess, the spinners doing all the damage for Yorkshire and combining for the number 5's wicket. Bartlett went to his 50 with a single off Thompson. He'd helped push the lead on beyond 300. Rue wasn't as fluent. He'd added just 8 off 31 balls when he departed, caught by Gabriel off Thompson. Bartlett was trying to race towards his ton before the close with back-to-back 6s off Revis, but he'd lose another partner soon enough. Gregory went for 8, bowled by Bess as he came down the track. The last of the action before the end of the day, Somerset finishing on 225 for 6, with a lead of 373. If the hosts hold aspirations of winning this, an overnight declaration is a must, even if Bartlett is just 12 away from his 100. Their lead is more than enough. Yorkshire's best hope looks a draw, which is now starting to look like the most likely outcome.
Well, we hope you enjoyed those day 3 highlights. As they say, it's moving day, and Somerset certainly moved in the right direction yesterday. It was
That's a song, isn't it? Moving in the right direction.
Fascinating day's play, moving in the right direction.
You can sing that for us, I'm sure.
There's a band called Right Direction. No, it's One Direction, that's the one.
Wrong direction,
There
one
we go.
direction. That cover's still not straight, is it? This
Bit
is
of Harry Styles.
Yeah, that's
he's
the one.
isn't he? I think I'm more of a Zayn Malik, aren't I, with me dark
Bit of
hair,
pillow talk,
me
is it?
dark hair, pointy nose,
Yeah, okay, fair comment. We've gone from New Zealand travel
Middle Eastern
to
complexion.
One Direction. But now, Trees, now you've mentioned that cover, it's really irritating me. I wasn't
know,
bothered by it. Now you've brought it up. It's getting on my nerves. Anyway, YouTube comments, great to see so many of you desperate to know. Are you playing for Western Super Vegas this weekend, Pete?
Am I? Of course.
For sure, you wouldn't miss a game, would
Don't
you?
miss a game for Western Super Vegas. We are playing Midsummer Norton at home. I think we're. My brother has sent me a number of pitch photos. We had a little conflab Wednesday evening of which pitch we're going to play on. It's going to be a nice little fresh one with a bit of pace in it. So
Short
yeah,
boundaries one side.
Oh, of course.
You eyeing them up
Yeah.
with no sweep shots.
I think the future of my game is to be able to bat right and left-handed, so I can just have a short cow corner on both from both ends. That's the dream.
We did have that conversation with Bance yesterday, actually. Would Lammers be better right-handed or Bance left-handed? That was the question.
That would almost go into the category of videos like Tom Abel catching balls in wheelie bins and stuff like that, which I'm just not keen on. That sort of. That's not my way forward. The umpires are strolling out to the middle to talk to head groundsman Scott. I think the feedback will be from Scott. As soon as it stops, we'll be back out there. We've got to get our four little plastic Kleenexes off, roll the covers off, and away we go. So it's bone dry here. It's a very, very, very dry cricket ground at the moment. It looks nice and green, but walking out on the square yesterday, it's very dry. Obviously, the weather we've had. So I don't really think it's going to be much of an issue. We'll be out here in the next, I would say, 15 minutes, I reckon we'll be starting play. That's my guess.
Optimistic. I like the positivity. Big old conflab.
Have we got any more? Let's have a little chat with people tuning in with the YouTube. Are they?
Well, just more weather updates, and they want more New Zealand chat and more weather
Really?
updates from Axminster, Cheltenham.
More New Zealand chat. I mean, so second year I went down there. Do you know what I did? So every game you played, and tenuous link to our schedule in the domestic game is because there are 10 teams in New Zealand.
No, 8
teams?
I think it is.
So you play a 4-day game, and you have about 6 days preparation, practice, rest, recuperation before the next one. So my first year, I used to always fly back to Hawke's Bay, and Hawke's Bay is beautiful, but quite slow, quite boring. So the second year I went out there, I said, is it a massive issue if I don't always go back to Hawke's Bay? And they said, well, we'll just hire you a car, and you can stay, at the next venue. So I spent my second year just driving from venue to venue, and I had this amazing experience where I think we played in Dunedin.
Yeah.
I think the game finished around about the 18th, 19th of December. We didn't have a game until Boxing Day, and I drove all the way across the bottom of the South Island to Queenstown.
Yeah, and
had Christmas with Josh Cobb
Yes. Why was he out there? Who's he playing
The
for?
Northamptonshire cricketer, and we had an awesome couple of days.
Just you two.
Up the gondolas.
Yeah.
You know, we played. Played a bit of golf.
The Rocky Mountains. Those are the
it was
ones.
fantastic.
The
And
Lord
it
of the
was-
Rings mountains.
Well, it was where they filmed the Mordor sort of.
No, Mordor
wasn't
was
it?
Fucker Pupper, which is technical.
What?
Honestly, trust me.
Whoa, hang on, this
WH
is a pre-watershed production here, Harry.
Trust me, WH has said F. So Mordor is actually. I broke my thumb on Mordor.
Oh, it was one. It was
Genuinely.
one of the islands. It was one of the.
No,
It was
so-
one of the.
Mordor's up by Taupo, and that's where I broke my thumb skiing. But where you were was down here by Queenstown, Wanaka. That's the, I think they're called the Rocky Mountains.
Right.
And Lake
So-
Wakatipu.
So down there was
Yeah.
a bit of Lord of the Rings stuff going on, and I've never been a massive scenery kind of guy.
Oh, you have to be down there.
And one thing, every corner I turned, there was just an oil painting in front of me, like a lake reflecting a volcanic mountain. It was just absolutely stunning. I've never been to a country where the air is so clear. It is absolutely stunning.
It is. I have to agree. I actually had, you'll call me very sad for this, I got given a Lord of the Rings tour guide book of New Zealand. And you could see, and it would tell you where every town, wherever you go to, it would tell you what scene from Lord of the Rings was filmed where. And
Part of me just died.
I know, you'd say that. I thought
Funnily
it was-
enough, my son was watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy yesterday.
It is a cracking trilogy. I'm not a films man, to be honest with you. There's too much sport going on in the world to be spending time watching films. There's one trilogy you can watch and repeat. It's Lord of the Rings, and when you go around New Zealand, it's just absolutely stunning. I spent a year out there and then went back the following Christmas because I loved it so much, and just go around seeing all the mountains, the walks, and the people are so friendly, aren't they? You can't find friendlier people than the Kiwis. I think you will have to all go and visit as much as you possibly
Yeah, it's a
can.
shame. It's quite a long way away,
yeah.
isn't it? I think I can't remember the flight. I think I went to maybe Abu Dhabi and then to Sydney.
Oh, that's the posh
and
way
then from
around.
Sydney to New Zealand to Auckland, and then Auckland I had to get on. I can remember my first flight. Our first game was in Dunedin, and I can remember flying into Auckland and getting a connecting flight from Auckland down to Dunedin. And I can remember walking across the tarmac to my plane. But to be honest, it was like a bumblebee with a motor. It was a tiny little, I reckon it was an 18-seater. And I flew into Dunedin. It was a particularly windy day. It's a windy part of the world, and I had the most terrifying landing where it was one of those you had to bank into the runway sideways, and it sort of flipped at the last minute to hit the runway straight. I'm pretty sure half of my spleen is still on that runway.
Dunedin's not even the worst. Did you ever fly to Wellington?
Yeah, Wellington, New
Wellington's-
Plymouth as well. New
New Plymouth's a wacky one. You play at Pukakura Park, did
Best
you?
ground. Yeah, I was going to say that's probably one of the best, most beautiful grounds. Pookie Park is unbelievable. For those who don't know
Stunning.
it, have a Google. Pookie Park. It's a natural sort of amphitheatre in the topography of the ground. My dad will like that. My dad's been tuned in. He said, I had no idea, Peter, you knew so many long words. I said, well, I have got a
Pukakura
vast vocabulary, Father. He said, well, when I read your school report and you got an E in English in your GCSEs, I never thought you'd come up with so many posh words. He's even had to get his thesaurus out a number of times after. Anyway, so, yeah, it's a stunning ground.
Yeah.
So the seats are cut into the side of the slopes that frame the ground. It's a tiny little hit on one side as well, on both sides.
Yeah, I'm
All
sure you enjoyed
sides.
that. And when I was playing at Pukakura Park, they had the Festival of the Lights in New Plymouth. Did you enjoy that?
No, I don't recall such a thing.
That was cracking. All the whole Pukakura Park was then lit up at night with all these cool lights coming out of the weird cutout bits on the edge of the boundary. Yeah, absolutely stunning place to play. There's some really, really nice ground. Mount Maunganui, did you play there? That's another cracker.
Yeah, it does ring a bell. I mean, I
Mountain
played in so
Tower.
many different. I think the Central District's the club that I played for, the team that I played for as well. It spans the bottom of the north and top of the South Island, so it has about 20 different home grounds.
Yeah.
Kind of like Somerset in the festival days.
Back in the days,
I wonder
yeah.
how many first-class pitches. I wonder if someone's out there who's
Western
got a bit of
Bath.
time to kill. How many different grounds do Central Districts and New Zealand play at? Is a lot.
Well, I
New
reckon
Plymouth, Hawks,
Palmerston North,
McLean
Hawke's
Park.
Bay. Yeah. I dropped a catch at McLean Park in the crowd live
Can
on
happen.
Sky.
Can
That
happen.
was embarrassing. Chris Gale, I was on the grass bank, all set for Chris. Do you remember that catch a million during the 2015 World Cup? Orange shirts, all set to catch a million. I thought, yes, Chris Gale, yes, I'm going to take a catch. Didn't get a catch from Chris Gale on the bank, and then Sabir Rahman for Bangladesh. Whack one over extra cover, no one anywhere near me, and I've just shelled an absolute goober. So I was working at school a bit at the time as well, and I got emails and texts from every parent and kid in the whole school saying, "Oh, Mr. Everett, we saw you drop for cats live on Sky."
Yeah,
So,
it's,
not so fond memories of McLean Park, I'm afraid.
it's a lonely place when you drop a catch on television. Do you have any more comments on our YouTube feed while we're waiting for this rain to clear? One of the covers has been removed, unfortunately not the wonky one. But like I said, it's just a tiny little bit of drizzle in the air. Not a great deal, so I think we'll be out here soon.
Bit carried away, some of the comments saying covers coming off. If we're being pedantic, we're going to have to get rid of the plural. One cover made it off, and then the other three remained, sadly. Not
Well,
quite sure. Why would you remove one?
From a cricket perspective, Liam's asked, with the rain delay, would you declare now and back the bowlers to defend 3-7-3? I still stand by my thoughts. I think there's time for, and I think it's multifaceted answer really, because I think not only is an opportunity for George to get his 12 runs, to get his 100, but again, it's not about that. It's about Somerset winning. I think it's, if they declared now, the Yorkshire batters have a nice bit of mental preparation time. They could probably go into the indoor school, have a few hits. I think going out there, even if it's just for 2 overs, means they've got a very quick turnaround, and it will just disrupt the Yorkshire top 3 for their preparation. So that would be probably the main reason, secondary being George Bartlett has an opportunity to get his 100 and probably put the game out of reach of Yorkshire so we can keep attacking fielders in all day.
I like that. I think you make a good point there. My question for you now is, I don't know if you even know this, is there a rule on how far in advance Tom has to tell the umpires and the Yorkshire guys when he's declaring? Can he wait till very last minute?
Yeah, I think there probably is. Is it a 3 over change, 2 over change?
2 over change.
So it's 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
So you effectively get 7 or 8 minutes to be back out there. But I think getting out there, this is a hypothetical thing,
yeah.
but Adam Lythe in particular goes out there. He has to run around a couple of, George Bartlett belts a few around. Adam Lythe's running here, there, and everywhere. Gets a bit of a sweat on. Probably fields. I mean, these are very tiny little.
Small
things,
margins,
but,
isn't it?
he probably fields in different shoes than he bats in, for instance. He'll run around, he's got 7 minutes to then change his shoes, get padded up. He's probably a bit sweaty from running around chasing George Bartlett's bombs that he's going to be hitting. I just think it disrupts his mental preparation a little bit. And I think that, for me, is quite an important little factor in the calculation. Like I said, I think in these sort of games, if 2 or 3 players, Yorkshire batters, get in and Somerset don't bowl well, you won't bowl them out. And you probably wouldn't bowl them out for 150 overs. If you're going to bowl Yorkshire out, you'll probably bowl them out in 70. I don't think hanging on for 2 or 3 overs either. I think the mental disruption is more an important factor.
Okay, yeah, interesting. So let's say hypothetically this cover is coming on now. Say the covers come off at 12. We're going to restart at 12:30. You reckon Tom Abel could spend 12 till 12:20 bluffing, not telling the Yorkshire lads what's going to happen, then last minute, with 8 minutes to go, he could say, actually, we're going to put you guys in. Or
I think he probably can now. And actually, that cover coming back out now and the start being delayed,
that's worrying, isn't it?
a little bit more, maybe does bring... I think if we started in the next 15 minutes, I think we'd bat. I think if it goes on to 12,
that's our
I think Somerset have got to pull out.
Poor old Georgie B is going to have to get 12 runs in the nets, isn't he? Or just happily take the average boost for 88 not out.
Yeah, everyone likes we all like a red inker, and let's be fair, the way George played, you know, in the coach's eyes, the selector's eyes, he's got himself 100. He has put his hand up in this innings and this game. You know, he backed up a brilliant 46 as well. Let's not forget that. So 150 runs in the game. Fair play, George. You know, you're off and running, lad.
I've just noticed an interesting name in the YouTube comments. I reckon I saw yesterday. Sam Heasler is an Australian cricketer who plays in the Big Bash with Matty Renshaw. Do you reckon he's tuning in? Is that the Sam Heasler? Chatting on the YouTube, he was chatting about Matt Renshaw yesterday. Probably his teammate watching from down under.
Well, could well be. Sam,
Yeah.
Sam, can you confirm or deny that you are the Brisbane Heat player?
Spinner bats a bit.
That makes some sense to me. A friend
Sam
of
Heasler?
Matty Renshaw. So you're obviously going to be a little bit mad. So you might be up watching a bit of cricket.
Left-handed bat down under. He's just before bed. Maybe he's. What's the time? I reckon the time must be about just before midnight.
Probably had a text from Matty Renshaw saying, "Yeah, mate, I'm going to be on the live stream and
8:30.
you know, bigging himself up, talking about his off spin, talking about his wicket."
Maybe he's going to come on and confirm that he's got him out a few times in the net.
If you can confirm or deny, mate, we will play Matt Renshaw's wicket again for you, so you don't have to listen to him talk about it any longer.
And we might even show you the picture of his holy armpit as well. That's decaf. It's too hot in Italy. Could do some rain from Taunton. Oh, people are always moaning about the weather, aren't they? But it's not raining in Bishop's Hill, and yes, that's definitely less than 2 miles
I
away.
want to hear more about Waka Papa.
Yeah, no, fuck up, Papa. You've got to say it professionally.
Sorry?
The Maoris get very upset in New Zealand. The whole country do not appreciate people pronouncing their names wrong. Anything WH is an F. It got me. I was chuckling away for the first 3 months I was out there. Whakatane and
Well,
Whangarei.
it's filled in again here at Taunton. The rain is coming down a little bit heavier, unfortunately, so it does throw lots of different possibilities up in the air. One of them being the most likely is the next time we see play, Somerset will probably be bowling. It looks like this delay is going to be, sadly, a little longer than I'd hoped.
All your nice spiel about getting him in, I'm afraid, is going to be ripped up now, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, it is a shame. It is a shame. Like I said, I do like a bit of skullduggery when it comes to declarations. I like making people wait or do things that are just slightly awkward. And I don't think I'm alone in that. There's a lot of Somerset, you know, in their history are very famous for declarations. In fairness, thanks to Sir Brian Rose.
Yeah, do we want to go into that can of worms?
No, we don't. But
No, we
declarations are a Somerset speciality.
So go on then. Without checking stats, how many times have you captained Somerset first team, roughly, over the years?
Me?
Yeah.
It was 2 tourist matches, wasn't it?
Is that it?
2 games?
Just those 2? So you didn't have to worry about declarations in those 2 games?
No, I don't think so.
So you've never had...
No, well, potentially. One of them was a 4-day game. I captained against New Zealand. I captained it, which was a 3-day game, first-class match, and I captained against
Not South Africa.
Pakistan.
No.
I didn't.
Not South Africa
I
when you
didn't
were at Morning
captain
Morkel.
against South Africa, but I did score a magnificent 100.
I just remember that a lot. I don't want to stroke your ego at all, but I just always remember you against Morning Morkel. That was one of my abiding memories. 6 fours in the over, wasn't it?
That was.
Go on, talk us through it.
That was panic hitting, because Mornay Morkel at that time was bowling the speed of light, and he's a tall man. He bowls that flint-off nip backer into the armpit. And I remember chatting with Hildy, and you know, to be fair, you know, Dale Steyn was in the attack.
Yeah.
And we didn't really talk about him. We were like, Mornay Morkel looks disgusting to face. Really not keen. So when I was in, we'd lost a few early wickets, and me and Hildy were in, and Mornay Morkel came on to bowl for his first spell, and we'd been talking for days about him playing. And it was a decent pitch, and I think we met in the middle. We were like, "Oh, he's on. What's this going to be like?" And I think he bowled a loosener first ball, short and wide, which, to be fair, was it was a pretty strong area for me and James Hildreth, the cut shot. So I cut him away for 4, and I was like, you could tell I'd kicked the hornet's nest a little bit, and then he steamed in. He tried. I think he bounced me a couple of times. I hooked him a couple of times, and all of a sudden, 4 fours in a row. My beans are all over the place. Adrenaline going, you know, absolutely crackers. And before you know it, yeah, 6-4s in the over. It was incredible. And he just gave me a little bit of a wink, and I was away.
Not much chirping then, not much sledging from Morning Morkel.
No, he's a lovely, lovely bloke, actually. I've met him a number of times, obviously played against him a few times when he played for Surrey as well. So, yeah, he's a top bloke. But, yeah, it was one of those strange games. I got a 54-ball 100, and I don't think I even made it into the very smallest of small prints in the media, because obviously during that game, very sadly, Mark Bank just sustained that eye injury. So I thought I'd cracked it, good chance to get picked up for England, and unfortunately, not to be.
No, it's a real shame. I remember being here for all of that game, but we've got a few questions coming in. So, pound for pound TV says, who's the best bowler you faced when you were captain against Pakistan?
Well, Shoaib played that game. So, did Shoaib play that game?
We can probably check.
I know I played against Shoaib here at Taunton. It must have been that game. He obviously wasn't at his
2016 tour? No, you're talking about before that, are you? How long ago? You're talking probably before this.
Yeah, it must have been the
early tour game.
The previous time they played here. Let's have a look at the scorecard, and I'll
2016. That's
remind
too
myself.
recent.
I've probably got to say the bloke who got me out that day.
I remember this game. Yunus Khan hit Dom Bess around a bit. I seem to remember Dom Bess. I think it was his first class debut, but a little bit short and wide, and Yunus Khan just kept back foot punching him. As he's classy player, 104 he scored. Shah Massoud, of course, a Derbyshire captain, was playing in that game. Paul van Meekeren, Holland international, playing for the Netherlands against England recently. Timmy G recently retired. A few cracking names.
Well, actually, tell you what, that does answer the question. That delivery from Mohammed Amir, I don't know if it's on, we could find it. That ball was absolutely ridiculous. It was rapid. It swung back late and blew all of my stumps out the ground. It was that was one of the best balls I've ever faced.
Ever.
That jogs a memory. Unfortunately, because I've
as a skipper
played quite a few games of cricket, I sometimes forget what I'm doing. But that scorecard has just reminded me of the dismissal, also because he was the golden boy at the time. That was just everywhere on social media as well. For about a week, all I saw was myself getting my poles removed. It was quite demoralising.
Alex Barrow played in that game. Played for Sidmouth last year. Has been coaching Exeter University. With keeper bat. Tim Rouse, he's playing for Bridgewater, I believe, this year. A few blasts from the past, some names. Adam Hose, who's playing for Warwickshire and played here for England Lions last week against South Africa. Do like looking at old scorecards. Jogging a few memories. What were you? 6 wicketless overs for 37. Oh, Trigg, skipper, was the most expensive bowler. Bowled yourself a bit too much that day?
Yeah, it was important for me as captain to give the younger bowlers an opportunity. That's the way I saw it.
You probably could have taken yourself off before 6 overs, couldn't you? Look at the scorecard. 2 no balls as well. What are you bowling no balls for?
Well, just
that's got to be a rarity.
Too hard, wasn't I?
Got a bit keen. Yeah, Asad Shafiq scored 80.
Amazing, playing against the international teams. Played against, India, Australia, South Africa, Pakistan, New Zealand. I mean, it is amazing when you play the tourist matches. As I'm gonna relive a bit of Mohammed Amir's bowling here on the live stream.
Oh, and you got a duck in the second innings as
Watch
well.
myself getting cleaned up. A beauty to Trez. Some would say that was one of Trez's leaves, but caught the outside edge.
Is that your artwork, the blue line as well? Drawing the blue line on?
Not sure who that is. That's Adam Hose getting removed, and that is my middle pole being destroyed. Look at that. Boff.
Analyse then, what should you have done
I'll
better?
tell you, I could have done a number of things better, but I mean, for the sheer entertainment factor, I mean, that's a pretty stunning bit of cricket, even if you are the man on the receiving end.
Do you reckon we could play that a few more times, Dan? Just can we?
I think it's if you stop it when the ball pitches, and then see how because it nipped back and swung back. It was a brute of a delivery.
Adam Hose is pretty good in that as well, to be fair.
I mean, what do we think here? Feedback on the screen. Do you think this is a good ball or? I mean, you look where that's pitching.
Right,
on the angle, that's going to the keeper.
Your technique's all right there, I'd say. I think you fall over in a sec. Oh no, you're not in a terrible.
Because the ball has hooped.
Yeah.
I
It'll be
don't
a very
know.
good career.
I reckon it's one of those rare times where I reckon if he bowls that ball to me 10 times, I'm getting out 10 times.
Yeah. How can you? Are you driving a little bit expansively?
I'm
Could you be
probably
tighter?
looking to carve that through point at one stage.
Could you be? Oh no. To be fair, your bat's next to your pad there. It's just.
Can we throw into the argument that that's probably about 92 miles an hour as well? It's not. It doesn't come down that slow.
Why have they got no first slip, by the way? A bit bizarre. They got sort of a second and a third.
Because they thought the bail was going to hit first slip in the head.
And we haven't got footage. If you got a duck in the second innings, trees, if all the scorecards to draw up, it's not your your finest hour, is it?
I don't remember that part.
Don't remember that ball.
Yeah, I don't think that was. Don't think that game went particularly well for us. But you know, when you're playing against an international team, I think that Pakistan were flying at that stage. They had some seriously good cricketers. Well, they always have seriously good cricketers.
You got a draw out of it. Well, the covers are still on.
Well, while it's raining here at Taunton, you know, I think, you know, from a recapping point of view, I need a little bit of time in a dark room to, you know, fester over my middle stump getting removed by Mohammed Amir again. And in the time that it takes for this weather to disappear, we have a little bit of a look back to the Royal London Final 2019. Myself and James Hildreth chatting over our experiences. We hope you enjoy, and we'll be back later when this rain disappears.
Welcome to another watch along from the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, and we're up to date for this one. We're not going back into the archives, we're only going back 3 years to the Royal London One Day Cup, when Somerset got back on the winning ways again after 14 years of wait to win the Royal London One Day Cup by beating Hampshire. And today we're lucky enough to be joined by two legends from that game, people who need no introduction. Peter Trigo, the man from Weston-super-Mare.
Afternoon, Walshy. How are you,
Afternoon, sir. Very well. Nice to see you. Still keeping up dapper appearance, I know.
Yeah, we'll stay. We're going to clash, so don't get too close.
Absolutely right, I know that. And James Hildreth, of course, is still playing cricket regularly for Somerset. Been training this morning, so he's come hot foot from the training ground to join us here this afternoon.
Clinging on, Walshy.
Clinging on and doing very well. We're welcome to have you, boys. So, what we're going to do is we're going to look through the video clip of the game, the half-hour clip, and we will talk about it as we go along. And please feel free to chip in. I'm sure it'll bring back the memories when we start rolling it. To reach the final, we obviously played the regional round, but then we had to go to a third place playoff and play in a semi-final. But we went to Worcester, didn't we? Do you remember the game at Worcester at New Road? When I think we beat them, but Azza got 5 wickets and Tom Banton got big runs up. I think he got a ton, didn't he?
Yeah, I can remember batting for quite a long time with Bants that particular day. Well, I say batted a long time. I don't think I got many runs, but I can remember it was the first sort of, for me, sign that Bants had something a little bit different to everyone else. I remember Darryl Mitchell in particular was bowling his little medium pace cutters. They were really hard to get away, and I was probably trying to play it in a conventional fashion and really struggling to get him off the, you know, to rotate the strike or even hit any boundaries. And then Banton just went down the other end, probably in sort of like that innocent, naive sort of fashion when you first start your career, and just started reverse sweeping and slog reverse sweeping him, and just started taking him apart. And I was just stood up the other end, and I forget who was the umpire, but I remember the conversation. It kind of went, this guy's playing a different game to the rest of us, and that was the first sort of, for me, that was the first real, Jesus, guy's got some game.
We got 337 for 8 in that first innings, and Bant's got a ton. It was his best one-day score up to that day. And then, of course, we bowled Worcester out for 190 odd. Do you remember Azza's little?
Yeah, it must have spun then, because Azza didn't really bowl much for us. So why did he bowl then? It must have been quite a spinning wicket. But I remember because Azza got 5 wickets.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Bowled brilliantly actually.
He did.
Yeah. So I remember standing in slip and in bowling and thinking, well, he hasn't bowled all tournament, but managed to do really well that game. But the same as you, it was kind of the Tom Banton tournament in a way. I mean, him and Azza opening the batting for us all tournament,
yeah.
Brilliant. But Bant kind of put his hands up and kind of said, "Look at me," that year, and did it all tournament really. So it was brilliant.
And then was it next day we went to play at Notts? Was that the next day or the day following the next day? It was very quick after, wasn't it? because it all came up very quickly. Anyway, Ben will check it out. But we went up to Notts then and played at Trent Bridge, and we got 337, of which Tree got 73 and Azza got 70
Good
odd.
tournament as well, didn't you?
Yeah, mate. All I remember about that is I don't think I spoke to Lewis Gregory for about a month after that. He ran me out on 70 odd. Because it was funny, because going up to Trent Bridge as well, Trent Bridge at the time, there was some massive scores being scored. And we looked at the pitch and it looked quite decent. And you know, the chat was you need close to 400, to be competitive. And when I was out there, even though I was playing, it was probably the worst thing you can say as a batter when someone comes in, when you've got runs under your belt, doing a little bit of this, kind of making yourself maybe look like you're playing better than you are. But I just sense that the wicket wasn't as flat as you expect at Trent Bridge. A little bit of grip in the wicket. And I can remember just feeling like we pushed the accelerator a bit too soon in our first innings, because we were flying and then we lost about 5 or 6 very quick wickets, and then just held on at the end. And I think we ended up with a decent score and a way over par score, but I think we sort of went in with a mindset of we needed sort of 400, which I thought was way over what we actually did need.
Yeah, and then of course we bowled them out for 220 odd to win our place in the final at Lord's. So we're facing up against Hampshire, who probably would have been favourites, I would have thought, going into this. I can't remember.
I think one of the memories I had is that they lost 2 of their big players. They lost Dawson and Vince. Yeah. And I think psychologically for us, they gave us a bit of a boost, and there's been a bit of a dent from them, because it was kind of the spine of their team, really. 2 of who they were off with England, and neither of them, from memory, were playing for England. Neither of them got picked for the England team, but they were away from the final. And I think they were putting in requests to come back and trying to get back for the final, but didn't. And I remember that being a bit of a boost before the final even started.
But I mean, obviously, having been to so many finals, the 2 of you, I think it was 10, wasn't it, that we ended up as being the bridesmaids and almost the perennial runners-up. What were our thoughts before we went to it, going there, heading for a Lord's final?
Well, I think you had that sort of. I actually do think it was kind of different, because when we played in all those finals, we were so dominant leading up to the finals, weren't we? We won. There's one season, I think, one season in 2020 and List A cricket where the only 2 games we lost were the 2 finals. And it was incredible. And I think during that season we had a few kicks up the backside, didn't we? We only just crept through the group stages, and we faced Notts, Worcester on their home turf, very tough game. So I kind of went there in a slightly different headspace. But I remember the finals before. Every time we played in the final, it seemed to always be either against Hampshire or Sussex. Yeah. I don't know if that is the case, but it just felt like we played them so many times. Being in the South group as well. So whenever you saw Hampshire in a big game, you always like, oh, tough team to beat. So, but Hildy's exactly right. When Vince and Dawson, I think Vince that particular season was on an absolute heater as well. So, to have him out of the starting 11 was a little bit of a boost. Like you said, they didn't feel like they had that depth that they normally have with Vince and Dawson coming in at sort of 5-6, who can be really destructive down the other end, and a good bowler. So yeah, we were certainly feeling a bit better than we had in previous years. But again, myself and Hildy being a member of so many losses, well,
I remember us having conversations before that final, kind of not to anyone else, but going, right, another final, surely not again. But then I remember us having chats going, well, actually, it's me and you that have experienced these finals, but the makeup of that team with Bantam, with a lot of the other guys, people they didn't have that baggage like we had. So that was one of the good things about that 20.
Do you remember what you said to me? I saw you on the team bus. You leant over my shoulder when I was watching something on whatever. It goes, should we ask Jace to drop us for this game? Do you remember that? We're cursed.
Yeah. Fortunately, it worked out right. But yeah, it was like, we had a lot of young players playing in their first final, which I think definitely we had so much baggage.
Definitely, we did.
Okay, let's roll the film then. Let's have a look and see where we get to with it.
Okay, please give it a spin. Enters the call. It is.
Heads.
It is the heads. So Hampshire have won the toss.
What are we going to do?
I can't even remember.
We'd have probably done whatever was the wrong decision.
bit of fielding there. There's a good bit of fielding in a minute for somebody. Chasing.
From memory, it seemed like he got off to quite a fast
They
start.
did.
Yeah, it was.
But then,
because
that's a fantastic catch by Barrow, isn't it?
Yeah,
if you had to pick one guy up,
one of the best we've got.
he'd be one of the best, wouldn't he?
He's that sort of bloke where if his hands were tied, he'd try and catch it with his teeth, wouldn't he? He just he's such a competitor.
Yeah, definitely. Glad it wasn't Triggs there, to be fair.
Yeah, had a bit of a drum.
Wait for it though.
Oh, we're a little way away from that.
Wait for it. I'll tee it up. Oh, we're away.
No, we're not there yet.
Oh well, actually, Josh Davey on this day.
You've done Paul very well.
Really just.
He's been a good signing for the club, hasn't he?
Wasn't that like? Did he nick off and someone? Did he drop one and then catch the next one?
What do you mean? I can't remember. To be honest with you.
I can vaguely remember.
Why are you
like
pretending you don't remember that?
standing at mid-off going. Oh, finish
That's
outside. Well, seeing Bales as umpire as well after that 2020 final where he didn't give Dan Christie that stone dead LBW. We had that.
Great bit of Lewis, yeah.
Lewis could run. How good was that?
Absolutely.
God, he had a lot of hair then, Lewis, didn't he?
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh my
Who's that
God.
put that down?
See that swing in the air then?
Mate, I'm not being funny. That was like one of them like Canadian red oaks being felled.
To be fair, I was 38 during this game.
You don't remember that, do you, Hildy? You make up.
But it wasn't the very next ball, wasn't it?
Here we go, there's the one he dropped.
Yeah. Swing,
Oh,
Oh mate, you got it's like
legs in
This
the
is my
marble.
lasting memory of this game, to be fair. The thing everyone goes on about.
Here we go.
Here we go. Davey, in, bowls.
Oh, straight in.
Absolutely melted him.
was it the next ball?
Next ball.
The very next ball.
And next ball you practiced it the previous before.
You drop a catch and you feel so small, so just the relief that you could recover.
It is the guilt in it.
And you see the bowler's face as they're running it and you're so disappointed, so it's good to actually...
Especially someone like Josh Davey, who is the world's unluckiest human.
There is that.
He could take 5 for and walk off moaning. Could he?
No comment.
Oh my
We're not
God, I
saying about
never
that.
get any luck.
It's just a relief.
Do you know what? This year as well, mate. Do you remember we watched that film, A Star Is Born?
Yeah.
And we were both growing our hair like Bradley Cooper.
You're trying still.
You bailed on me.
Yeah.
I'm still going.
Yeah.
What a beauty that is. Just held his left back a little bit more.
He's a good bowler, isn't he, Craig?
Just. Fuck's a beauty, that.
He was bowling well that day.
We pulled it back because you see the strike rates now, they're dropping down. I think from memory, north east kind of back for a while, but back quite slowly. And the way 50 over cricket was going, we knew, especially at Lords, it's scoring quite quickly now, getting some big scores in.
50 for 3.
Louis just has that knack of just doing something, doesn't he, with the white ball.
Yeah.
Just like when it looks quite flat, he'll just nip one back at you or bowl a quick bounce and it'll just skid on and always seems to pick up a wicket.
Did you bowl in this one?
No, I don't think so. Mate, I was on the not identified to bowl list. I think that was articulated to me during that season.
Yeah. This guy was dangerous, wasn't he? Coming in, and we've got him this year.
Russo, yeah, just signed, hasn't he?
Signed for us.
You won't get any runs then.
But I remember
No,
this being
gun
big.
player,
This
I mean,
was, I
she's-
felt like this was quite a key time in this game. Russo, he's flying to start with, hitting some boundaries.
There were 2 or 3 times when they were getting away.
You just thought this guy's got potential to win a game on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does thump it, doesn't he?
Special talent.
In the north east.
Whereas North East was batting so slowly, you thought, well, he's not getting away from us here.
No, but he had the guy to push him along, didn't he?
But yeah,
It's
at
streaky.
the other end you got Rousseau.
Streaky inside edge from.
I mean, the bowling move that changed it for us is coming up soon.
Yeah.
And actually, because I think Age is quite a reluctant bowler as a captain, isn't he? He's always looks at, for me now, he doesn't bowl himself enough. And to put himself on was an absolute masterstroke, really. Because I was probably looking around thinking,
you're going to get the call.
Yeah, I was thinking better shrug the old shoulders.
Yeah.
You didn't go out in the field and warm up.
No, we all told him to put Abe's on.
Yeah, Abe's definitely you, not Trigo.
But again, as you say, that's the prime wicket when he comes on.
I feel like it's a big moment in the game. That's
huge. Yeah. Well, I just saw there the partnership was 46 or 39 balls, so they were starting to clatter along, weren't they?
And this is where ordinarily they'd have a Vince playing that role as well.
Oh, that's got to be out, isn't it?
What a bit that is. He smashed that, hasn't he? Can't remember that.
Bales, get your finger up for God's sake.
There's another one that's even closer than that coming up.
That really is a fabulous stroke from Gareth Barrow.
They seem to hit the ball well, don't they?
First, but on highlights back, you see their strike rates are so low. Yeah. They're only going at 4s.
That's out.
Remember actually, Georgie took a really good catch.
George took 2 out there.
Yeah, he did. He took another one. Under pressure, it was good catches actually.
Yeah, decent catches, especially running in for someone who can't bend their knees. Got a little stiff leg running in.
Were you fielding with us, Trent?
Mate, this season I wasn't fielding, I was hiding.
Where were you hiding? I haven't seen you.
I was hit something, wherever the ball was least likely to come, that was where I was put.
Probably just chatting to someone in the crowd.
Yeah, that's having a chat. Probably down there. Sly bit of Thatcher's or something.
He smashed a few, didn't he, Fuller, from memory?
Fuller came in, got 50.
Did he get 50?
Yeah.
Well, he made it an actually interesting day. It was at one stage looking like. I think they lose another couple, don't they? And then it looked like it was just going to be a nothing chase, and then Fuller just belted a few. And
there he is.
I mean, that's so out of character for North East and North East as well.
Yeah. Pressure, didn't it?
Yeah.
The man with the golden arm. He's taking over from you, Treves, the man with the golden arm.
Mate, long may that continue. He's playing beautifully.
It's a big wicket actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's normally one of those sort of, if you get him early, you can get him early, Sam. But once he gets in, he's a heavy scorer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just a rubbish shot.
It's another one to George.
That's exactly how I got out, I think.
It is.
Was it?
Yeah, you did.
The flat.
Jubilation for them and jubilation for the fans. Make the trip up from the south west.
Yeah, he's in the south west.
Jay's man up, and he had a good game.
Yeah, he was. He had a good game, didn't he?
Tom Bent wasn't in control of it, and the man down at fine leg, George Bartlett, had a long time to settle underneath.
Kisses
the relief it's gone in.
Absolutely. And stayed in.
I think he was, man of the match is exactly right, because not only did he take 4 wickets, he also went for a load of runs just to get the game a bit interesting as well. So he was the neutrals man of the match as well.
Another one for the man.
But that was what he needs. That's why someone like Jamie O is so valuable, isn't it? That extra bit of pace in the middle where the ball's not doing anything, you bowl a few bouncers and.
Yeah.
Yes, he goes for a few runs, but he always gets a few wickets as well. The tail enders don't really fancy facing someone bowling that speed.
Quite like that, thank you very much. You facing him tomorrow then, Hildy?
I think so. Well, they were training over behind you or in front of us.
Now look at this one. This is the one that they're arguing about.
About 10 past 11?
Yeah. Batting at 5.
Oh, it's
out.
Oh my lord.
Do we get that?
No.
Can we have a review? Oh.
He does. And they do the clickometer thing.
Let's go.
Oh.
Tell you what, if that was my back, she'd have given it.
Yeah, look. He hits the pad, then the bat.
Damn, isn't it?
There you go.
Not an easy job umpiring though, to be fair. Easy with a slow motion replay.
Always easy in the
scoop, eh?
Absolutely.
Lucky, yeah, Rudolph. He says he hasn't got a wicket, but he should have had a few there.
Yeah, this last partnership's quite a dangerous one. Crane.
Was that you treat? Oh my god.
No, I was on the opposite side. Wherever the ball goes, I'm the opposite.
He's third man both.
That could be
Is that
me.
you? That's probably you.
That's you.
Oh, it's me, honestly.
That's you. Another chainsaw to the knee.
Is that you? You big one?
Greener, wasn't it?
Oh, shot.
Awkward customer, old James Fuller, isn't he? Bat and ball. He always gets me out. Always used to, anyway. Even I played a club cricket match for Western against Cambridgeshire and he rocked up and got me out as well. Yeah, caught down the leg side. Fuming.
Right.
You rested again this year?
Yeah.
No.
What were your thoughts?
Got a few on the weekend. What?
What were your thoughts halfway?
Are we going to talk about
Well, I think in the context of like modern cricket, you think, that's. But actually, 244. That I reckon in the history of 50 over cricket, that probably wins more games than
Yeah,
like
5 and
loses.
over. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Takes
It's
a
just
second.
like we played a summer where so many runs were scored, so it felt like really under par. But again, I'd be interested to see what the stats were if you went back, say, 15 years, 244 batting first, or.
Yeah.
What do you think, Hardy?
Well, I think the same thing. I think when we were walking off, I reckon
I'm amazed it's that high.
everyone there thought, that's a great performance that. We've got a really good chance here. Then we actually 245 runs chasing in a 50 over final.
That's the
Contextually, that's a decent chase.
Not kidding you, in my head I thought it was like 160.
Yeah, but Fuller's made a big difference at the end,
Yeah.
hasn't he? Yeah.
If you would have said how many did you chase in that final, I'd have said like 160, 180. So I presume.
Because it felt that good as we were walking
Yeah.
off. It genuinely, we've had a bit of a buzz because we were like, that's a good performance there. They didn't go quick. Felt like we tied them down.
No, three got away, didn't they? Really?
Yeah. Well, they Fuller that came in and
Fuller.
smacked it. Roost
Northeast got
put the
the roots down.
Yeah.
I must have been drifting through a bit of the fielding.
I mean, you didn't
You
appear
were out
once.
there.
That's a highlight package. You didn't appear once in that.
I think I was first to the celebrations.
Yeah, sure.
When things were going well, I was in.
You were interviewed for that. And it's away straight away.
Hans had such a good tournament.
Yeah.
I remember it. I mean, it's good. It's great batting when you look at it, but I can remember like Fidel bowled what felt like a shocking first few overs, but then just came back at different bowlers. Did he change ends?
I think he did change ends, yeah.
Bowled well.
He bowled from the far end. He bowled from the press box end to begin with, then he went the other end.
Well, these two as a partnership complement each other so well.
They did
Danton, the young kind of guy, the dasher,
They did
Azza
very well.
with the experience. Really good opening partnership. He was playing with such confidence, Bance, as well.
They've got 112.
I mean, it looks like every ball's been a leg stump half volley.
They did feed it. I think he did feed him some nice balls exactly where he, he's so strong on his pads, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? It does make it look easy.
To be fair, that would make me in the fire.
He hasn't got the Trigo heavy head on, has he?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a pure shot. Yeah, so I think it's when you perception of a lower total that you can have that sort of back cautiously approach. I think to chase a low total, but the way that he started in particular, I mean, like Azza's 4 off 7, he's hit a great shot there, but Bance is flying. All of a sudden, the equation looks so differently after a flyer, doesn't it?
They bring it down quickly, don't they?
Virtually, what we're going to 8, 9 and over. Just you don't need much of that to put a real big dent in what you're chasing.
How class is Azza as well?
Oh,
He's
really.
bad. It's good to watch, isn't he?
It's like looking in the mirror. But yeah, he did bowl some filth,
Didn't he?
Fidel, didn't he, to be fair? Thanks, pal. You chatted some filth when I was out there, I'll tell you that for sure. Oh my Lord have mercy.
What did he say?
I have no idea. I've got to be honest. Is it patois? The sort of West Indian sort of... I think there's a... Yeah. Pete Trigo from sunny Western Supermare was not on the wavelength, but he was angry, that's all I'm going to say.
That's as class as you say.
Humid.
I love my
class.
Charles.
He is good, isn't he?
All formats.
Yeah, he's so
Done well
good.
recently, Test cricket.
Absolutely, yeah.
Top guy.
He's doing quite well at Worcester this year, isn't
Yeah, he's got some scores, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's...
They thought they'd signed a bowler, didn't they? In Boston.
he? That's why they signed him from you.
Oh, stop it, Azza.
He got a ton up there, didn't he, in his first season? Or 70 odd in one game?
For us?
Yeah.
Yeah, against, yeah, he did. I think
Yeah, he
he
did.
did get a few runs, yeah.
Yeah, he got 70 when Vance got 100, he got 70. I think.
In that game, yeah. But he also got a game. He got runs in the
First
4-day
class
game.
game,
One of his early games.
yeah. Do you get value for your shots though, Lewis? It runs off so quickly.
I was going to say
Especially
it's sharp,
sideways,
isn't it?
So,
Yeah.
so small sideways.
It's very sharp.
It keeps going.
It makes it look so easy, doesn't it? If you don't like that chase.
That's in the bottom corner as well, in it down the slope. That's, you ain't pulling those back in.
Mason Craig.
That's it. Another one.
What a play. 50 after 51 balls, yeah. Oh,
He plays that so
suddenly.
well.
Great to see him back delivering the goods again this year.
It's like to see him going 2020 this year as well.
Yeah.
Mate, he's going to be going back and across and blocking it now. He's a 4-day player now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing. Yeah, he's.
Be interested to see if he can do both.
Oh,
It just looks so good.
were you here watching? You watching at the ground?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Enjoying yourself?
Always enjoying it. How can you not? Worst places to be.
He's going out in his garden with the pims and lemonade, I bet.
Absolutely, you know it is. That's how. Is that the one
I
with
can't remember
his
how he
mouth?
gets out.
He gets caught, doesn't he? I think he's caught. Edwards gets him down.
That's quick. Right, this is what we're doing next.
Ah, now this is the bit we're waiting for.
Is he playing?
Yes.
Did he play, or was we just
Yeah, or
imagining
was he
it?
just a cardboard cutting?
Is he going to turn up?
Yes.
As his twin.
Is he going to walk out to the middle?
So I think quite early on, as a gets out, leading edge, and you could always tell that Fidel, I don't know whether it was the change of ends that made his action click or whatever it was.
But he
But,
wasn't bowling any quicker.
mate, 86 clicks. I think the bounce that nearly takes my moustache off was 91 mile an hour.
He saves it for you.
Is that what it was? 91 miles an hour?
First rock, I can remember just, you hear the. I was
There you go,
like,
look.
Lord.
Oh!
What's that on the speedo?
Hang on, 24.
78.
Put a part in your head.
84. I think the next one hits me on the shoulder, but I took it like a man. 4 leg buys for the team. It's all about the team.
When he fires it up.
But you know,
He's got an awkward
the
action.
guy
as
with
well.
the sling, you're thinking, right, protect your stumps, protect. I can remember thinking he's bound to go full and straight. So that short one
Yeah.
completely took me unawares.
He is tough to face. Oi, that was quick.
So I just ducked then. I just did the Alex Ferguson watching it. Ah.
There's bravery for you.
That was sharp though. Again, you're probably expecting the full one again, aren't you?
Well, I was thinking, they'll double, I mean, if Az is struggling with the pace, you know what I mean? What chance have I got?
No, but that was 90.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's quicker than
Well,
anything.
I took his quickest balls, obviously. Here he comes, old Misery, coming out for a bat.
Here we are.
Do you know what? I used to, whenever it was the other way round, when I used to go in and Hildy had already been batting, he'd always go, wicket's really slow, bowler's really slow, and then the first ball would hit me like a thunderbolt. I'd be like, cheers, mate. Thanks for that.
I do remember walking out thinking, it looks like he's bowling quite quick.
He was.
4.
Shovel.
There we go. That's 90 as well. So he's bowling.
But it's interesting, like, because me and Hilda played together for so long. We're in probably as high pressure situation as I've ever been in my career. You've got a guy who knows bowling fast. It's a big period where yes, you're ahead of the game, but it felt like a big moment. And even though we were under that stress, there's a picture when Hilda's walking out, my helmet's off, and I'm laughing because we've just had a bit of a laugh, haven't we?
Yeah.
And I think I can vaguely remember it being, oh, here we go again, then, pal.
Yeah.
And it was
I
just.
think we did, didn't we? We had a chat
Yeah.
about, right. I'm sure you said something like this. This is it. Let's do it. I'm sure you gave me a little pep talk.
I've had enough of this second place malarkey.
I was buzzing over that.
There you go.
Nice one. It's fast outfield.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it was, again, it's weird because when I've seen the highlights on the TV after watch, over the last couple of years when it gets replayed every now and then, and I can always remember I felt like I got out and the game was won, but we still needed like 40 off.
Probably quite a few,
Do you know,
yeah.
the whole perception of how many runs we were chasing seems really skewed in my memory, because I can remember like getting in, whatever, I got 29 and felt like I'd done a really good job. Actually, you look at it, it's like there's still a lot to do.
You still need 70 when you get out tricks.
Is it that many?
Yeah.
See, it's completely skewed how I thought.
But we're so far ahead of the game now, aren't we?
Yeah. But then, like from the positions we've, lost finals in the past, you kind of take it for granted, don't you?
You never felt confident. You quietly.
Well, bizarrely, I did, because I can remember I can remember, even though I was disappointed to get out, I raced to get my pads off and got to the balcony because I wanted to be there when we got the winning runs, and I didn't realise, how many we still needed to get.
Yeah.
See that, the new CEO of the ECB, Rob Key, talking about my awareness.
Yeah.
It signed you up the hill, Triggs. It signed you with one of his official posts.
Advisor. I think I'd probably be quite a long way down
Down the hit list.
Bob's list, to be fair. Fuller again, flap.
Just bounced it on there.
Decent catch, I think.
That was a good catch.
Yeah, disappointed in that, because I just felt like, oh, mate, seeing that home would have been amazing with it together, but not to be.
Can you just try and work it for 1 minute?
Yeah, kind of like, just got a little bit. I think it might have nipped away a little bit and straightened on me a fraction. Bloody frustrating, but there we go. And I reckon by now I was changed on the edge of my seat, on the balcony, just like, right, we'll be winning soon.
Yeah.
And then not realising we still need 70 runs.
70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tom doesn't get many, does he?
But then you got Moses at the crease, with his low risk step to the offside, flick it casually for 4. Hildreth at the crease,
I remember just feeling this whole innings feeling really calm. So, similar kind of vibe to what you had, and like I almost knew. I just felt like I'm going to be here.
Yeah.
It didn't feel too difficult.
Normally it was never a shock when I got out, but I genuinely was shocked that I got out. I felt, because I had a good season that year as well in one-day cricket, and I just so disappointed to get out. But again, like I said, it's not about that in the final, is it? It's about scrapping and winning it.
Yeah.
I think in modern cricket now, you see that equation, 56 off 95, maybe 15 years ago you'd think, oh, game on, a couple of wickets, game on, but I think in modern day cricket on a flat pitch or a decent pitch, you just, as a bowling unit, you just think, I think they probably felt like we need to take wickets, because they started bowling some quite rogue deliveries.
And different kinds of fields, yeah.
There was like they bowled desperately, I think, instead of just maybe trying to hang in a little bit longer, they just kind of went hell for leather, didn't they?
Yeah. So there was this point, I think, where there was a few that we lost a few, or we lost a couple of wickets. Did we lose another one now?
No, it was me and Abe, and then Bart came in and probably got
well, didn't he? Yeah.
Dozen not out or something. Can you just? But they started bowling really poorly to you, didn't they? Well, you played really well, but they started trying to get you out, didn't they? Bouncing you and stuff like that, which that plays into your game, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is why I go quiet, because I hate watching myself down.
That's class, Hildy. It's class. It's great watching it.
But they set that field, even the winning runs. I can remember. I was like, why?
We're there ready. Look, Hildy.
Why are they bowling short?
It's a pretty good feeling, that, to be fair.
Only 50.
Only 700s. You're not a handy machine.
No, I've got 9 now or something. Handy machine like yourself. Yeah.
We're closing in on it now.
I can remember that there was one bit that was really quite cool. I think near the end, it might have even been the winning shot. The camera pans up to the box where the families were, and it was my boys were shaking each other. My daughter, Claire, and Amy were hugging each other, weren't they? I think, and that was really quite something, especially because they'd have seen a fair few
been through it with us,
disappointing days.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Bart played nice at winnings there.
He did play well. Big day for him.
Yeah. There they are.
They're the boys, led by PD Trigo.
There's Leach in the crowd there, aren't there?
Probably. Let's see.
This is where you just lap it all up, isn't it? You just soak it in. You know you've won it. They know they've lost. They're not bowling particularly well.
I was chatting to Vic about on the live stream the other day about, and watching this now, it reminds me of certain feelings. I mean, that was amazing. We were going nuts at this stage, but it very quickly for me turned from winning a game of cricket to just the supporters.
Yeah.
I felt really sort of more buzzing for the supporters that had followed us all around the place than actually for the team. It was quite bizarre. And Vic said exactly the same. He said when they lost finals before they eventually won one, he can remember sort of going over to, I think they were all having a few drinks in the Wyvern stand from back in the day. You know that little building that used to be down the corner.
Stragglers Bar.
And the attitude, they were gutted that they lost the final for the crowd, and all the supporters were literally, "Don't worry, Babber, we'll get him again next year." And he said that was
just relief. Utter relief. All those years.
It's the winning runs again.
But what it means for everyone else, you see the crowd and incredible feeling. I remember Sarge as I was walking off going, "Oh, I'm so pleased for you." And all I was thinking was, I'm not fussed about this for me. It's for the memories, isn't it?
There were the two boys having a. I don't think there's a lot of man love in that dressing room, wasn't there, for that little moment? But yeah, we went out onto the pitch, spent ages just going around the ground and singing the song in front of the crowd. And
remember the groundsman giving me a load of stumps. I was like, what? All these stuff. I'm walking off with a big bag of stumps.
You've got great Palmer stuff, haven't you?
I'm not really a collector, but I've got a whole load of stumps. We're going to cricket. Get around the park. Pretty proud day for you, Triggs, wasn't it?
Well, all of us. I think it felt like such a struggle, wasn't it? The whole.
Was that your first? Because you obviously won with Knots. Was that your first domestic?
In England, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
it was relief for us more than anything, and it was just. A long time coming.
I mean, this is my home club, so you think the amount of especially when you sort of. I know we talk about the glory days, Viv, both of them, and Joel and Rosie and all that lot, but mate, the team we had during those second places was an absolute joke, wasn't it? We really ought to have won a procession of trophies, so that was almost, certainly obviously the last opportunity for me, and kind of validated 10 years hard work, 15 years hard work really. So it would have been real disappointing to end a career at Somerset without having a highlights reel like that, wouldn't it?
But you must have known that was probably your swan song, a chance to get up there and do the biz. By that time, did you know that you were on the way up?
No. A couple of weeks after that, I was, the conversations changed a little bit, which was a little bit of a surprise to me. But I Yeah, I actually felt like it was the start of something in some ways. You know, I was 38 at the time, but still felt like I played really well in that series, and thought it was my first. I think it was my first year on a one-day contract, and I felt like, yeah, this feels right. But yeah, not to be, because you know, you have a look at your Bartletts and Ben Greens and other people that I would probably holding out of the team. So. At the end of the day, everyone has a shelf life, and 2019 was mine. I was gone off milk.
But between both of you, you've got a few years at the club, haven't you? I mean, you're a pretty experienced couple to be out there batting together at this stage in the game. I mean, that was a big partnership in the scheme of the game that you had together. I mean, a few years between you, so I mean, must have been that hunger and will to want to get us over the line.
Me and Triggs always loved batting together, so I think it was just. I mean, it worked out that we got a good partnership in the final, and it was certainly one of the highlights of my career. I played with him for so many years. To be able to experience that, we've done it in other games, and it's great. But the fact that you can do it in a final, it certainly made it very special.
And as you said, the spectators, the supporters have been stuck with us right the way through, haven't they? I mean, I was up there partly as a spectator, and how much it meant to me to actually be there to watch you guys playing.
And things like this for the spectators, singing Blackbird in front of at Lord's, in front of your home crowd who drank the whole ground out of cider.
What makes me laugh as well, like being in how un-London is the Blackbird by the Wurzels, do you know what I mean? It was almost like Somerset had taken over the town, city.
But any of the big games we play, to be fair, most games we played Gloucester in a 4-day game last week. We had more people there. We had more fans there than Gloucester's at their home ground. And it's the same when you play in Lord's finals. Exactly. You see the support and the Somerset fans there, not just in Somerset, but they're all over the country. You play these away games and they fill it, don't they? It's amazing. So you always feel like you're playing at home. It's amazing. We certainly have more supporters there than.
And they stay.
And they do, yeah. They stay, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember, after that, our old chief executive at the time, Guy Lavender, he's MCC chief executive. He's got a house just on the side. We were in there for an hour or so, having a few drinks. Then we went to the tavern, then back to the hotel till God knows what time. And the only thing that slightly dampened this for me is I got one of the random drug tests. So literally 5 minutes after that, I'm in a room with some geezer watching me have a pee. That kind of like dampened the mood a little bit. But once all the paperwork, it's a half-hour, 40-minute process doing the drug test, and I think my first sample, he says, Verve Glico is not an acceptable sample, so I had to wait a little bit of time. But it was remarkable, really. It was such a great day, and like I said, I've got photos on my phone of me with Hild and Abe's and Brian Rose and all my family and friends and all the people that have been through those losses. And it kind of that made it all worthwhile. But it does, we all like doing well as sportsmen for ourselves. It's the nature of being a cricketer, I suppose. You have to get your runs and your wickets and you have to have a bit of success yourself. But like finals, it felt totally different.
Yeah, having been to so many and come away in second place, or got nearly there, not quite got there. I mean, as you say, the whole mood of the place seemed different that game, didn't it? Because you've got so many new young players who've not experienced that in the past, and that helped you, I'm guessing.
Yeah, as I said, people with no baggage coming in pretty fresh, actually in good form. Our opening partners, a few things that went our way, like we mentioned before at the start of the game, that went our way in terms of their selections. So a lot of things fell into place, and it almost just felt like potentially this is just meant to be, more so than in previous finals that we've played in. And in cricket you have so many, especially as a batter, as a team, you have so many downs. And not to sound dramatic about it, but there's generally more as a batter than ups. That's the law of averages. But to play in that final, get in there and get that win, they're the kind of moments you really do treasure. And actually, I haven't really watched that back, because I don't particularly enjoy watching myself, and I'm sure I'll watch it back a lot more when I finish playing. But you watch it back and you certainly get a good degree of pride watching it, thinking a massive buzz, because then you realise why you're playing, because there's a lot of like I said, there can be a lot of down days on the cricket field, and remembering, I think, moments like that's quite important.
And Triggs, you've been over the line once more, haven't you? The T20 final with Notts. I mean, that was a bit special for you again.
Yeah, very. Yeah, it was amazing. It was in the COVID year, so no fans at the ground, so a totally different experience. But again, you know, having that sort of success with a new team first season was nice. But I think that particular competition, you know, unfortunately we do rely on averages. You know, we had, you know, 4 or 5 guys all averaging over 40. You know, under 20 with the ball. So, you know, we were ticking all the right boxes. I always felt that, you know, when I look back on, that was certainly the hi everyone, I'm Tom Banton, you know, series. But because of the batting lineup, you had Banton, Azza, myself and Hildy, 1, 2, 3 and 4. We all 4 of us got a good volume of runs in total. But if ever there was, I don't think there was one game when the 4 of us failed. I don't think, not once. You know, because we were all in good form and a bit of experience around Banton, and then Bartlett would come in, or Lewis or Tom. There was always an experienced head with a young talent, and I think it just worked really well.
Brilliant. Okay, guys. Well, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We very much appreciate all your efforts. Thank you, Triggs.
My pleasure, Walshy.
And look forward to hearing you on the radio, on the live stream, and on the whatever we go with the television. And James, good luck to you. And great, want to see you out there scoring a few more tons for Somerset, yeah.
Thanks, Wolfie.
Thank you very much indeed, both of you.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Happy memories there of Lord's Tom Banton, who we had on a couple of days ago. Well, last couple of days, he said that was one of the best days of his life. Brilliant day to be a Somerset fan, and who better to talk you through it than Pete Trigo and James Hildreth, along with Richard Walsh there. Harry Everett's alongside me, Sam Downing here. We were in the car with Richard Walsh on the way up to finals day. And when did he say his first one was? 1960 something? We should know. Yeah, 7 or 8.
And it was a 60 over final. I think it was 1967, 60 over final.
Yeah, back in the days where 60 overs, if you got 200, you were thinking we are well ahead of the game. So great to see Richard Walsh there. Not here today, actually. I noticed. I think he's on holiday up in Scotland.
Yeah, on holiday up in Scotland, yep.
Fantastic. Right, well, as you can see, I want to say it's a little bit brighter, but maybe that's optimistic. Maybe that's the floodlights that are on. It looks like it's stopped drizzling. Covers are still out there, so we haven't had any play yet. So Somerset remain 225 for 6, 373 runs ahead. It's been a bit of a disappointing start to what could have been a very exciting final day, but it still could be, Harry. Cricket, the games happen quickly these days. You just never know, do you?
No, I think we just got to wait and see what overs are allowed and when the covers can come off. Plenty of sheets to come off, which will take time. I wish they could have taken a slightly earlier lunch, but lunch not being taken till 12:30. We're not going to start till, what, 1:10 at the earliest, realistically.
Yeah, well, exactly that. It's always difficult, but the umpires have been out there. They've been chatting to Polly Rhodes as well up in the score box next to us, and Harry mentioned lunch at 12:30. So lunch will run from 12:30 till 1:10. We're going to take a break. We're going to have an early lunch as well. We suggest you do so too. And as soon as we have any news, we will, of course, update you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We were poised to give you some good news. The umpires have been out there. There've been an inspection. No further rain. Play was due to resume at 2:35 p.m. We were going to have 50 overs, but the key words, Harry Everett, were no further rain in that. And sadly, it is raining again. And to be honest, it's looking pretty grim.
The ground staff are getting their money's worth. Put it that way, up and on, like a yo-yo, up and off the pitch, covers. Yeah, the full-on white sheet. This is probably the heaviest rain we've had all day. I was just speaking to Anthony Gibson and saying that if they'd gone on 2 minutes earlier, they would have probably played. Until the declaration when they went off and they can't start in rain, they could have probably played till 1 o'clock in the drizzle, but now it is a little bit harder and very frustrating.
Yeah, it's frustrating all round. It'll be really frustrating for Tom Abel and Somerset, who were in a strong position. Well, they still are in a strong position. 373 runs in the lead. But I don't know. You don't want to call it too early, but it's getting to that stage. 2:20 on day 4. It's drizzling pretty constantly. Even the few hardy souls that have been out here waiting for some cricket, the majority of them are just starting to pack up. We already were down to 50 overs remaining in the day, and you just wonder, Harry Everett, if that might be terminal.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire want to get up the M5. Don't know whether they'll go M1 or M6. There's different ways of looking at it, which way you can go around Birmingham up in the north, but they'll want to hit the road soon, especially when it's got a draw written all over it now. Somerset will be gutted to miss out on the chance to add to their already 7 first innings bonus points. Yorkshire just the 4. And George Bartlett will be gutted to be short of 100, but yeah, cover after cover is coming on now, and the whole square is going to be covered shortly, so I'll be very surprised if they do play.
Yeah, not looking good, which is a shame, isn't it, Harry? Because, okay, they might take 8 points from the draw, but we've used the relegation word a couple of times. I mean, there's been news in the Times this morning suggesting it might be a 12-team first division. I mean, however it looks next year, you don't want to finish in the bottom 2 at the end of this season.
Yeah, it's been a bit messy this year, trying to work out where you need to stand and where the table's going to finish with all the rules, and we're still not entirely sure with relegation and promotion. But there's a massive chance for Somerset. Yorkshire aren't completely off the bottom, they're sort of lower mid-table, but Somerset, there's a massive chance to win, and there's been a real confidence-boosting victory as well without spearheads Craig Overton and Josh Davey. So to have got a win would really have helped with confidence and momentum going into Chelmsford next week, and then the break for the Royal London Cup. So, yeah, big blow to Somerset. The rain today, sadly. Yorkshire will probably be grateful for it in hindsight, to be honest with you. Got away with one potentially here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It's all hindsight now, isn't it? As you say, we'd love to have seen how long Somerset would have pushed on for. Would they have given George Bartlett the chance to reach 3 figures? Would they have put the game to bed? Because it won't be mentally in their minds. I wouldn't have thought this, but I remember Pete Trigo's been alongside us last couple of days, and I remember seeing him. Somerset chased 400 plus on the last day against Yorkshire, maybe 10, 15 years ago. Triggs got 100, and then I'm pretty sure the same thing happened the following year, although I don't think Triggs got 100, but Somerset chased down a big total, and you just wonder. You can see why, particularly with there being 8 points available for a draw, Somerset would have wanted to cement that. And Yorkshire, that top order, Live, George Hill, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Harry Brook, that's probably as good as anything in the county championship, but you just felt maybe they were an experienced batter light in the middle order, and if Somerset could have got the new ball with the floodlights on in these conditions, they would have fancied their chances.
Yeah, I kept saying this in the first innings, how they rely so much on Lyth, Brook and Kohler-Cadmore, but I mean, they might have been able to chase down 400. You never know if we'd had a full day's play today. If one of those, or 2 of those, got big 100 or double 100, we've seen a lot of double 100s lately in the championship, and small boundaries at Taunton, then could have been a thrilling chase for Yorkshire. But yeah, we'll leave the YouTube live chat function open so you can keep socialising and keep talking on there.
Yeah, why not? There's a bit of news going on in the last couple of hours. Well, actually, I'm gonna be selfish and announce something first that I'm quite personally invested in. Mondley Khumalo, some of you will remember the young South African under-19 quick bowler who was attacked outside a Bridgewater pub at the end of May. He was in intensive care for a week or so. He had 3 or 4 operations to remove bleeds on his brain. He was in a medically induced coma. He is still waiting. He's back at home now in North Petherton, well, a temporary home. He's still waiting for a bit of piece of his skull to put back on, so he needs one further operation. He told me that they took the bit of his skull off and they put it in on his tummy, so he's still waiting for that operation. He's doing brilliantly. The cricket world has rallied around him, and one of the things we've just launched today to try and raise funds for his recovery is a charity cricket auction. There's some brilliant Somerset stuff. There's a Will Mead T20 shirt, Rudolph van der Merwe T20 shirt, Tom Banton T20 shirt, Craig Overton white ball shirt. Those are all signed. There's even a Tom Banton footstool, which is a definitely a one-off. And for you Yorkshire fans, there's a Dom Bess signed T20 shirt as well on there. There's loads of good cricket stuff. Kyron Pollard, Kyle Abbott, Ben McDermott, Ryan Rickleton, Neil Wagner, Marnus Labuschagne. Well worth a look. It's uk.givergy.com/support Mondley. That auction runs until Sunday the 31st of July. So please do have a look and please do spread the word. We're looking to raise as much money as possible through that. From a Somerset perspective, Harry?
Well, just on that, we should put a link on Sam's Twitter. Try and put a link on Somerset and a link in the YouTube chat as well.
I can't do the YouTube chat. I'm rubbish at it. But if you wouldn't mind, Harry,
I'm not sure if we're allowed to actually with rights purposes, but we'll make sure to get it on Twitter or on the website. Sam's saying he's been selfish. Mentioned that first, but anything but selfish. Raising money for a massive cause to get behind. But go on, you can do your other big announcement.
Well, actually, as you said that, I'm not very good at social media. At Mondley Auction, if you want all the details, that's where you can find it. Myself and Harry Everett will give that a plug on Twitter too. Yes, announcements. Now, do you remember back on Tuesday we were doing our Royal London Cup team and we were just twisting the arms of Ben Warren and Dan Cooper over there, saying that we want Andy Mead in as opener. We weren't allowed him back then because he wasn't a Somerset player, but all that has changed in the last couple of hours, Harry.
Yes, Andy Mead, who lovely record. I've just been chatting to Anthony about him actually. Back when he was at Warwickshire, great stat, solid top order opening bat. If you haven't seen, he's been playing for the Twos recently. Scored a few hundreds. He scored the second slowest in terms of minutes century in the history of the championship. So he's gonna be. You got all these Toms around him. We're gonna have a whack. Kohler, Cadmore, Banton, Abel, Lammonby. He could fit in quite nicely as an opening bat, is the idea. He's going to come in. He's just signed. If you haven't seen on the Somerset website on the Twitter, see the announcement. We're not going to do a big dance and keep you uppies in front of the new camp. We could get him to do some bat taps, couldn't we?
That'd be quite good fun. Well, like tap up with the side of the bat.
That'd be cool.
That would be good.
Or a signature bat, something like that.
Andy Mead, yeah, he's another graduate from the South Asian Cricket Academy. They've been going around, they've been playing second 11 cricket and doing very well as a side. Andy has been playing a couple of Twos games for Somerset, scored 100. Oh, I should know. I think it was against Glamorgan a few weeks ago. So he's the second member of the SACA squad to win a contract with a first-class county. Kashif Ali signed for Worcestershire a few weeks back, and he has been scoring runs for fun.
Yeah, scored more runs against Somerset Twos this week.
He really has. Double 100 did he get against Somerset Twos? Yeah. So Somerset Twos will be sick of the sight of him. But Andy Mead joins until the end of the 2023 season. An immediate deal, so he could well play in the Royal London Cup, Harry.
Yeah, would he get in our side? This big debate about where he's going to fit in. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to wait and see how he fares against first team bowling attacks at this sort of level. 26-year-old Glasgow born up from Lanarkshire. Sam and I are going to go and watch the New Zealand T20s next week. I don't think we'll be seeing him in the Scotland side against New Zealand, but great to have Josh Davey can have a Scottish teammate to chat to.
Yeah, I think Josh Davey's probably in. Is he still will be injured? So he'll miss that series. Carl Kurtz has just retired. It's a great. I mean, New Zealand. We're going back to New Zealand, aren't we? You had Pete Rigo and Harry Everett touring. I mean, that would be a great show. I think I'd pay to subscribe to Pete Rigo and Harry Everett in a car together, going around New Zealand. We've got the Royal London Cup side on screen. I just have to turn the screen back on. Hang on, Harry Everett. You Phil, I'll do the technology.
Yes, no, Mike's going to put a link to your auction on the YouTube for you guys to join in, and please donate everything you can for a great cause, as we are mentioning two big revelations here, the announcement of Andy Mead and the announcement of Sam's auction for Mondley going up. But yes, the Royal London Cup team. So I don't think you can drop any of them for Andy Mead, can you?
Oh, I don't know. George Bartlett's got to play, really, hasn't he?
50 over comp. I think Mead is more of a red ball signing than a white ball signing, in fairness.
Do you leave the one to go. It's really sad to say, but
I
in
know,
terms
you're
of, I
going
know,
with
I don't really want to
His
say
best mates
it.
in the box.
I know, that's making me even more reluctant to say it. But if they're looking to the future, does he come in for James Hildreth? Oh, I hate saying that. It feels wrong to say that about
Andy Mead is 26, but no, I like to stick with what we've got. We spent so long working on that the other day. I like to stick with that, but
we'll stick with that then, Harry. Shall we?
stick with that. We'll stick with that as the Seagulls descend on the Cooper Associates County ground, enjoying the puddles on the white sheets. Yes, it is still raining here, I'm afraid. Not heavy, but heavy enough to keep the players off and keep the covers on. We'll keep you updated with any further news.
Just having a look to see what else we've got going on in the division. Great win for Kent. That's not a great win from a Somerset perspective, but Kent beating Warwickshire by 177 runs, having been skittled out for 165.
We could be we could be polite and unbiased here and show that we're more than happy for Somerset and Yorkshire fans to enjoy some cricket elsewhere on YouTube. You can come back to us when you know there'll be action. But there are a few games going on around the country as the Wi-Fi drops out just as we need to tell you the score. So we might have to leave you there.
Just as you need the Wi-Fi. Well, Ireland are going to take on New Zealand in the third match of their T20 international season. You can't move for cricket, can you, really? Looks like Hampshire are going to wrap up a victory up at Cheltenham. They need 64 runs to win. Miles Hammond was 100-odd not out overnight for Gloucestershire. The first of 2 games up at Cheltenham. He finished on 169, 63 for Ryan Higgins. But really, Hampshire only needed 82 for victory, and it looks like they're going to go there relatively comfortably. So that keeps the pressure up on Surrey, who completed a 6-wicket victory earlier on today at the Oval. I think Ollie Pope came in, needed 4 to win, and he reverse swept his first ball to seal the victory for them. So that shows the confidence he's in. Dan Worrell took 11 wickets in that game. He was impressive when he was here at Somerset.
Yes, actually, Dan Worrell is one of those players who's been around, sort of knock on the door, isn't he? Sort of fringes of the Australian side and done really well in first-class cricket. But that Will Jack's 150 is probably the highlight of the week in the County Championship from my perspective so far. Whacking Simon Harmer around takes some doing. Shame that the Cheltenham Festival has had a bit of rain and bad light affecting it after this heat wave and all this dry weather. It's a bit galling that the end of the week is slightly ruined by rain, but
it's been an odd week weather-wise here, isn't it? Because they were talking about before play started on the first day about shortening the day because of the heat. And in the end, it's actually been rain that has tended to get us. So, yeah, that Cheltenham Festival does go on for 2 weeks. So Gloucestershire are there again next week. But don't forget, Sophie Luff's Western Storm are there at the weekend as well in Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy action. So if you're in the Cheltenham area and fancy watching Sophie Luff's Western Storm, then we highly recommend you get yourselves down there for that one. Let's just have a finishing off look at the scores. Lancs win by 4 wickets at Northants. Good victory in the end there for them. Josh Bohannon made 103. But your friend, Harry, Will Williams, 29
Night Watchman. Will Williams came in, yes. Quality player who's got this contract extension as well. He's done so well since moving up north to Lancashire. Bridgewater's loss, Lancashire's gain.
Yes,
another Kiwi.
Him and Washington Sundar. Sundar finished 34 unbeaten at the end there. So chasing 278, they were 6 for 209. So could have gone either way there, really. But Lancs seal victory. Derbyshire look like they're going to hold on for a draw. They're following on, but they're 146 without loss. That's after Notts made 618 for 8. And Derbyshire then made 318. And outside chance of a result at Lords, Harry, actually, because Sussex are 96 for 7. So they lead by just 134. If Middlesex can finish those...
Could you have more polar opposites from 523 to 96 for 7? Tim Murtagh criticised for bowling on a roasting hot day at the start of the week. He might be coming good. He knew what was coming on late in the week.
Wouldn't he love that? That would be vindication for him, wouldn't it? If they walk in tonight and he sits down and they've won, he'll just look at the boys and go, right, anyone else? Anyone else?
Not the daftest of blokes, Tim Murtagh. He'll take 500 chasing in the dirt on day one to get a win in the end if it comes good.
Yeah, that would be some victory. Right, well, if you're just joining us, you probably realised that we're filling time because there is rain around the full set of covers are back out. So we were due to begin, well, right about now actually, 2:35. That isn't going to happen. Umpires are nowhere to be seen. I think we're still waiting for the rain to stop. So we're going to leave you now temporarily. We will give you an update as soon as we have it. Polly Rhodes will know first, then we'll know, and we will let you know straight away. So please do keep an eye on things, but at the moment we're just waiting for the weather to clear. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here. We've got another update for you, and unfortunately, it's not a good one. It does mean you can leave your screens, because I know you've probably been sat around waiting for the news. Sadly, what was looking to be a really exciting day's cricket, the players were almost back out there at 2 minutes to 11. It started raining, it's barely relented, and we have had confirmation now that the game has been abandoned. So it will end in a draw. Yorkshire will head back up the motorway. Hello folks, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Bit of confusion up in the commentary box. Harry and Everett and I have got the wrong headphones on, so sorry if you basically probably just heard me telling you all this news, but via headphones on Harry's head. It's brought a smile to our faces because unfortunately we've got some sad news. Just before 11, the players were about to get out there for what promised to be a really exciting day's cricket. Very sadly, the heavens opened and they barely relented. Best efforts of the ground staff has not been enough. And we've just been reliably informed by Polly Rhodes that the players have shaken hands. Yorkshire will head home with an honourable draw. I've got mixed feelings, Harry Everett, because brilliant performance from Somerset. I think it's fair to say they were on top, but at least they come away with it with a draw, with those points in hand.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Yorkshire will take 12 points from their 6th draw of the season. Somerset got that draw at Southport. Actually haven't drawn before there at the season, so a rare sight to Somerset to have a draw. Normally it's collapse or entertaining cricket. Calypso collapse over Somerset this season. But yes, George Bartlett will be gutted particularly. But we've had a good week, let's be honest. Tom Curler-Camel, great to see for Somerset fans to see him score 100 just before he joins Somerset for next season. But yeah, all in all, it's obviously disappointing to have rain ruin the last day, especially after the heat wave at the start of the week.
Yeah. Talking to the positives from the Somerset perspective, I mean, you could say Tom Curler-Camel getting 100 is a positive because it was his first county championship game of the season. But in terms of what Somerset can take away from it, I mean, 200s, well, no, that's a complete lie. 100 in the game for Tom Abel and then 88 unbeaten for George Bartlett for differing reasons, very important knocks.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I mean, George Bartlett, he's been in and out of the team in all formats in recent years. Felt sorry for George, really, a talented player, and he does look very good when he bats well. Scored that amazing 80-odd against Sri Lanka off 37 balls. So to then come in yesterday and play really positively when all the fielders were back as well was great to see. But tricky decision-making for Essex next week. Selection-wise, does he go the same 11? Pete Sid, you think, will probably be fit after a bit of a rest, so he might come in for Marchant Delanga, but obviously Chelmsford's a slightly different playing surface, taking a lot of spin this year. Could be an interesting one, whether they go Leach and Van der Merwe. I'm not on mute, but hopefully you can hear us through the YouTube comments.
Yeah, we're all plugged in. Apologies, sorry, Harry and I. We've been quizzing away. We spent the last 2 hours doing cricket quizzes, so apologies if we've literally got our wires crossed. As Harry was just saying, some big decisions. Somerset go to Essex next week, a big game. Peter Siddle, who was kind of rested from this one. I think he was just carrying knocks, just pure volume of cricket, so hoping he will be back. Jack Leach will be in the squad. Whether he plays or Rudolf van der Merwe will be a big call. Tom Banton, who's been up in commentary for a couple of days as well, he will be in the reckoning for that one. So Somerset head to Essex, and then of course the Royal London Cup campaign gets underway in earnest as well. We're very much looking forward to that one. We had a brilliant couple of days up here. Myself, Sam Dalling, Harry Everett's been here, Pete Trigo, Sophie Luff, captain of the Western Storm, as part of the commentary team. I think we have thoroughly enjoyed. Harry and I, as non-cricketing professionals, have absolutely loved, as much as I think you listeners and viewers at home have enjoyed, the insights of Matthew Renshaw, of Tom Banton, who have both been up here. We've had Ian Shepherd from the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. We had Scott Chappell in from Somerset Cricket Foundation because we had Schools Day. I've just turned to my left and seen Polly, and Polly's just looked at me and her face has dropped. She wants to see cricket. She was hoping for a Somerset win. We've had a disappointing end, but a fantastic 3 days. Thank you very much to everyone who has joined us, for all your comments, for all your social media interaction. We love having you with us. Thank you very much to our Principal County Championship sponsors, WPA Health Insurance. They are the reason that we're able to bring ball-by-ball coverage of every home county championship game to you this season. I was going to say any last words, Harry Everett. We're not sure if your sound's working, so no. Too upset at the prospect of Somerset only having drawn the game, so we will be back for LV. No, we won't. We'll be back for Royal London Cup action Thursday, the 4th of August. Somerset versus Notts Outlaws, the Peter Trigo derby. So enjoy that one. Enjoy your next fortnight or so. Hope that some of you get up to Essex for the big county championship game. Thanks again for all your support, and we will speak to you soon.